Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is. It's Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob, and yeah, you saw me last week if you were here. I'm here again. I will be in England next week, so Dave and I swapped timing slots on this. But yeah, we're doing art, and it's going to be a really fun one. We are working on a brand new character for a brand new permanent location. So this will be cool to just kind of like jump into and see what we have here. So I suppose without further ado, as one does or one says, let's just get into it. Also, my audio is good, yeah. Any weird technical difficulties? All right, that's a dude. Um, Hello, Swifty Math. All right. Oh yes, it is. It is. I will be going to England, Heathrow, for the MouseHunt's 16th birthday celebration. Every year, hunters gather together in glorious, uh, overcast skies to take over a pub for a weekend and celebrate. So yeah, are there tickets? No, I think it's just kind of like talking with the community, getting details about where and when, um, and showing up and hanging out together. I know that there's kind of like a group kind of uh, doc where people will like let each other know, hey, I'm going to be attending, so we can have kind of an idea around headcount. But this is also it's run and managed by the hunters, so I have less kind of like specific details um, around all of the all that. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. I've done it a number of times now. Highly recommend, um, and a lot of wonderful people to meet there. So, at any rate, this is a mouse that I sketched up um, earlier in the week as one of the very first mice. Actually, I suppose the first mouse to be kind of like properly created for this area. The other artists are working on their own, of course, but this will be the first that the players get to actually witness. So, as you know, the area that will be developed for this release is a draconic theme. And I don't want to get too specific with details because it's still early days. Things could be tweaked, and we don't want to necessarily like reveal too much about what it is. It's still a little ways away. We have a whole other release that will be experienced before this one, which is really great for the development pipeline and our workflow. Actually, having one completed and starting on another is something we haven't really gotten to properly experience. So it's nice to get ahead of the game with that. But so this character here, she is kind of a lower tier character, kind of more like a fodder or guardian uh, character. Just kind of like you run into these en masse. They're not like super kind of uh, high power elite. Um, but yeah, I figure pretty fun character. There's a lot of like little specifics, but I don't want to necessarily discuss those because they're kind of like still being kind of developed as we work on characters. We're gonna kind of refine our ideas around kind of like how these designs are balanced. Um, but yeah, so this character is gonna have a more ice theme. Um, uh, if you were around last week, I worked on some concepts. I suppose I could share some of those. So I worked on some concepts, and I'm not sure what ones of these you've actually seen. Uh, but as you can see, there's kind of like different themes of kind of these dragons. Um, and a number of them that I explored is kind of more on the ice kind of side of things. So this character is going to be in that dimension, the ice realm, an ice dragon, very much inspired by Icewing, as it were. Um, so, a bit of lore that is going to surface around that, but I don't want to talk about that just because, you know, that's to be discovered. But yeah, I sketched this up just because I wanted to do more rendering today, and I was kind of getting a nice flow when I was working on this sketch earlier, and I feel like I captured the character how I wanted her. So we'll just jump right in, and I'm going to start blocking in her silhouette, which is basically just using a fully opaque brush and just filling in the shapes, and the color that I use is just sort of placeholder because I'll render over top of this to actually generate the textures that I want on the surface. But it'll help me also like see how the shapes are working. Once it's all blocked in, I can kind of like turn off the sketch layer and observe it as just kind of like a collection of shapes, and be able to determine like, well, does this read how I want it? You know, like I want certain elements, such as like these clusters on the wings here, kind of like the knuckle on the top of the wing here. I'm gonna want that to feel like it's kind of like a growing kind of like cluster of icicles or something like that. And so, you know, like I'll be able to kind of turn off the sketch and just kind of like look at it and be like, does that just read as that texture? Yes, no. Can I change the shape? Can I modify it to kind of like help it with that idea? And yeah, go from there. But like the silhouette's a very important step. If you can establish a good silhouette, uh, then the actual rendering has a good foundation to work on top of it, and it'll just be a better image in the end. It'll read cleaner, be easier to just kind of like digest just glancing at it. And that's something that I've discovered is very important, is like how legible an image is, like how well it reads, how easy it is for your brain to interpret. It actually makes it more pleasing to look at. So any little kind of like details that can assist with that really just makes an image more aesthetically enjoyable. All right. So I'll do a new layer on top of this one, and this one I'll just use a sort of just slightly different blue, and I'm going to block in the mouse. I'll probably end up kind of breaking the different parts into a few different layers, such as like this forearm here, I'm going to want to be in front of the staff, which is going to be its own layer. So I could see there being at least like 3 other layers right there. The shield itself I'll do as a different layer, but that either could be the same as the staff, or probably easier to do them as separate layers, just to make sure that they are easy to tweak and edit as I'm working. For example, if they're on different layers, I can put them into their own folders, categorize them as, you know, like staff and shield, and just have it a little cleaner and more organized to work with. Uh, and that'll let me, like, if I wanted to adjust the positioning of one, I could just grab that folder, drag it around. Benefits of digital painting. Also, this kind of like fur scarf here, I actually should probably do that as another layer as well, just because that's going to likely be a different texture, and it'll allow me to render the face without worrying about kind of like overpainting and have to touch up the scarf. I can just kind of work on those independently. So it's a little bit of just kind of like deciding how I want the file to be organized. And if you've been in a lot of my art streams, you've probably seen me kind of like not always want to use layers effectively. I'll be like, I just want to like paint it. I don't want to have to deal with the layers, and you know, sometimes you can end up with hundreds of layers, literally, in a really complicated image, and having to kind of like jump around in groups and layers and stuff. Like, it's really useful and awesome, but at the same time, sometimes I'm just like, but I could just paint it, and like if I just slapped a layer on top and just kind of paint it over what I want it to do, I don't have to like dive in and get into all the layers and deal with it that way. And like throughout the day, as my Steam kind of runs lower, especially while I'm streaming, I kind of like get more into the space of like, I'll just paint it. It'll work. It's fine. So trying to just kind of set myself up for easier layer management, so there'll be less of that inclination to just be like, there's too many like unorganized layers. I'm just gonna flatten the whole image and then regret it later. So if I'm a little more deliberate, then that might work. Okay, so this fur layer here, I'm gonna have that be above the staff layer, and the staff layer needs to be above the torso layer. So I'll have to put the staff here. Let's do like a nice bright saturated blue for that. Okay, actually it's going to need to go behind the ear. So perhaps it does actually need to go below the body. Okay, so this back arm here can be its own layer, actually, which can go behind the staff. So that's one of the things that like makes the whole like, you know, organizing the layers into like groups. I can't just have the, all right, here is the mouse body, and it's one group. There's often stuff layered over top and kind of like going behind other grouped objects. So like the staff is going to be a group on its own. It makes sense. That's easy. But like part of the arm here needs to go behind that, so it's got to be on layers below, and then other parts are going to have to go on top of that, so it's going to be have to do layers above. So we're going to have like the mouse as like a group of layers, but like somewhere in the middle of that, the staff is inside of it. So it's what kind of like begins to make that a little more convoluted. So I think this will be the back arm. And I could also do perhaps like the back leg here on this layer as well. Yeah, and like the tail as well if I want. Now, I'm not sure what the colors will actually be on this character, but we're obviously going to be using some icy blues, and I'll have to maybe like pull up Icewing as a reference for the palette. It's a She's a very old design. Um, so I don't need to necessarily like draw from her too specifically, just because I think that the palettes we have nowadays are much more advanced. But I think that be more than adequate to get a little inspiration. Okay. um, so we have the staff here. Autosave. All right. Thank you for sharing links about the event, Michelle. All right. Yeah, it's gonna be Norm and me for the birthday celebration. I'm very excited. I was supposed to go last year, but I ended up having a friend that needed help, um, and I stuck around to support them with that. But I will be having a very fun time and celebrating the Sweet 16. Gotta get some stuff. Like I want to bring prints again, so I'm gonna have to find time to go out to a print shop and get some stuff printed up. I like to bring those when I go. Oh. So you're saying that this release could warrant an Icewing redraw slash recolor? Uh, I mean, that's not impossible, but I wouldn't say that it's definitely a thing that will happen. Um, I don't think that Icewing's in dire need of a repaint like other characters, and uh, she won't like feature in the release itself. Um, so like if she was somehow kind of like used as a character like in this adventure, maybe I'd consider it then, um, but not specifically. So yeah, I think it's more just kind of like just world building kind of relation in that regard. But that's all I'll say about that, I suppose. Okay. So I'll probably have fun kind of like turning that into a very interesting looking icicle uh, when I get around to that. It's like the silhouette itself, I think I could tweak to kind of read better, but for now, I think that'll hold up. All right, so there's a few other things that I'll want to render out with this. Okay, so we got the trim there. Come back to that. Let's get this foot. And then we'll be able to look at it and make adjustments to the shapes. So we're going to need a layer uh, above the trim and all that. We'll do, let's say, just a brighter one here. Really, I just need them to kind of like read clearly on top of each other. The color itself right now doesn't actually matter. Okay. All right, and then can do a little more on the trim here now. So with the trim, I might be able to kind of like use the shapes on it to kind of show movement. So if I have kind of like all these kind of bits of fur kind of twisting in a direction, it can imply that it is pulling away. So if they're all kind of like contorted this way, it helps demonstrate that the character is kind of turning, you know, in that direction. If they were standing straight forward, then they would just kind of be draped straight down, perhaps. Okay, so we have like the fur kind of going above the staff, but it's also going to go behind. So I suppose that what we should do is actually have uh, another layer for the fur, and that might be useful too because I can use that to kind of stack some texture into the fur a little easier. So like this there, that like piece could be on the layer behind. No, that's interesting. Yeah, because that's the backmost layer. The staff is actually behind the torso because of this ear. I suppose that what could work is if the head were a separated layer. Then we could put the fur above the staff, which is above the torso. So that actually would make it a little bit more organized and easy to work with. So if I put the torso now behind, that works. And then those could even be combined if I wanted, but I don't think I'll do that just because it'll make this foot and this tail easier. The arm up here, I think I'll actually put into the main torso. Oh, oops. This was supposed to be cut and paste instead of copy and paste. So just delete the head from that layer. Not that you could see what I just did, but I'll just make it a little cleaner. Oop. Okay. All right. Okay. Getting there. We're getting organized. It's happening. Okay, and that's this arm here. And then the fur is above the face here. And we'll do another fur layer that goes behind this one and behind the staff. Okay, so also there's this shield item here, and because we're working with ice, we can have a lot of translucency. So I think it'll be cool if this shield is actually, made of ice and has light refracting through it, so we'll actually see the character's arm behind it interacting with it. It'll be a little more complicated, but I think it'll look really cool when it's done. So hopefully I can make that work well and just kind of like position things well. And it'll have a little bit of distortion happening too. So we'll have the light bending because the surface is like not going to be perfectly clean and straight. It's going to have some kind of volume and texture, and that'll kind of like change the angle that the light is going through this, and we'll have like just some cool reflections, all kinds of fun stuff. So I think that'll be a really neat part of the illustration, to kind of add some nice depth to the design. That'll be fun and complicated. All right, so this layer here is for the second layer here for the fur. So I want it to be just a little bit dimmer. And again, like the actual shapes, I'll want to clean up with the sketch turned off, so I can kind of like really see what's working and what isn't. All right, so I suppose a good amount of this could actually have been done with this layer instead of the topmost. So I'll actually erase some of that. Cool. All right, well, hopefully that works for now. And then we also have like an outfit that she's wearing that we'll have to put on in different layers as well, just so that they're easy to manage. But yeah, like a lot of artists, they'll use a lot more layers than I do. Like every single little thing would be made of many layers, and I just kind of, it's not my style. I like to keep it as kind of like minimal as I can, while still being easy to edit. Okay. Give it a little flip upside down, so we're kind of just looking at it as shapes, and just kind of, getting a fresh look at it. So if we turn that off, we can relatively easily kind of like get an idea of what these shapes are implying. I think I'll change the background color real quick though. Oops. Okay, so in MouseHunt, our characters are on a white backdrop, so I'm going to have that ready to go. I think I'll actually lighten it up. I like to have a little bit of just gray while I'm kind of like early on in a drawing. But ultimately I need to design it to go on top of a white background. Oops, I moved a layer. No, I did not. Okay. Yeah, this character is going to get like an environmental background. It's not going to be like a scene like some bosses. It's a low tier. And Rift mice get like full kind of backgrounds, but a lot of mice more recently we've been kind of like giving them a little bit of a background. It helps imply like environmental kind of factors to it. Helps group them. So a little bit of a background. All right. So, gonna put the shield on as well. So we'll do that as a. I'll use the same color as the staff for now. So this will be interesting because I need to create this silhouette for the shield, but then also I want it to be transparent. So technically, I wouldn't want it to be fully opaque, or at least the idea of it kind of like would be that it's not fully opaque, but I'll actually be rendering it as if it is mostly opaque. I should actually make it slightly transparent just so that if she's thrown onto, let's say, some kind of marketing piece, when she's kind of put onto a different background, the shield will actually interact with whatever color it's put on. Same with the staff and any other kind of ice elements. If I kind of do it well, it'll actually use the background color no matter what that color is. That might be a little more kind of complicated to kind of do well, but something to keep in mind, I think. So I'll have to kind of like have a couple of different background colors to just swap in and out, just to see if it's working like that. But yeah, so on top of the shield then, we could put a the kind of like refracted image of the arm and like the fur and stuff, and imply that it's transparent, but this is actually fully opaque currently, and this is drawn on top as opposed to it being translucent and seeing through it. And I think I'll do a second layer just so that I can do the kind of the forearm coming forward. And I didn't quite figure out in the sketch how she's kind of like actually holding the shield. Like, one idea I have is it's literally like grown on her arm, and like she's kind of like put her arm in a puddle and like flash froze it and like lifted up the puddle, and now it's a shield or something like that. Or maybe it was like hand crafted and, you know, leaning against the wall and she picks it up kind of thing, right? I haven't decided if there's kind of like straps or if it's just like around her hand. So that's something to kind of like decide. together. You know, like should it be she grew it on her arm, or it has like, you know, some kind of like structure and straps that she's kind of clutching. I feel like she has some kind of minor magics she can do, kind of cool spells, like perhaps creating an ice shield. Either way, she could be kind of like making a fist here. And that shoulder, she's got pretty broad reach with her elbows right now, but I feel like she's kind of like leaned into this pose. I might need to tweak the pose a little bit. My anatomy might be a little bit sloppy. I've never been the best on that front. Ultimately, the rule of cool is what really wins. If it looks really fun and cool and interesting, it being slightly inaccurate is forgiven. All right. Ice Dragon. Okay, so let's put the cloak on. So we're going to need to have that go behind this back layer here, but on top of the torso. And I'll use, let's go into more of a purple, just so that it's a little more distinct. This won't actually be the color for this, but I just want it to kind of like stand out. That's kind of a rough purple there. Sure, let's use that. Now I might do a layer behind that. Okay, so this is like front of the robe here. And I should actually start grouping and labeling things before it gets too complicated. So there's like the front of the robe. And we can put other kind of like features on here as well, like the kind of top of the foot, or the, well, this will need to be on another layer because it's very high up on the list of layers here. The forearm. But behind the body, we're going to have like more robe going on. So maybe I'll put that behind all of the character. All right. Now, that might make the silhouette harder to read, and in which case that'll encourage me to kind of like change its shape more. But now that we have pretty much most of it blocked in, let's take a look at what we have for our kind of silhouette, and what we could tweak to improve the legibility of it. All right. So, can turn off our sketch, and let's turn that shield up to at least 62%, so you can still see the transparency. It'll help imply that, but turn off the gray here and see what we see. So all in all, like, I feel like these shapes do actually read relatively effectively. Actually, I'll turn up the shield fully and see what that does. Almost fully. Okay, I think this kind of like area is going to be a little bit harder to read. But the ultimate test, and this one is hard to pull off, but if I throw the entirety of the character into a folder and then put a layer on top, and set that to normal, and basically put this to fully opaque, you know, how well are things reading here? I think that it gets a little more kind of convoluted, right? Because so much of the character is kind of like laying over itself, and so like that's potentially like reason for a different pose. But that said, like, I do like the pose that she has, and so certain elements might make this work better. So if if the staff helps kind of like break that silhouette and show what's layered where, that should be useful. And like the trim here, when that has like a different value to it, like I suppose ultimately what will be a really good kind of like idea of legibility is when we're looking at the grayscale. If we kind of group the values effectively, we'll be able to kind of just make these kind of balance in a really effective way so that they read well. This test here is an important one, and I think that like you get an idea of like, okay, there's this like a staff thing. I can kind of tell there's a shield. I can see the wings and the tail and the feet. The rest of it is kind of like, I'm not sure what's happening. With the shield being dropped down, perhaps if I move the hand in a way that like I can see the fingers better, and then in the silhouette, if the actual silhouette has like the shield cutting through and then you see these fingers, yeah, that doesn't necessarily have enough read there, but the wings will also not necessarily be fully opaque. And then boom, suddenly I think that does work as a silhouette, right? So I might need to make that arm pronounced in the right ways. But actually, I think that with how I'm intending to do the shield here, we'll actually end up kind of having the silhouette read a little more like that, or something similar to that. In which case, I think that this could be pretty clear what's going on. So that's not bad. Because yeah, we have these elements of ice effectively are going to be, you know, not fully opaque. They'll be slightly translucent. So having that silhouette kind of read that way can work. Sure, I guess that works. Okay, but the arm here, just gonna undo a bunch. It'd make more sense if it is being kind of like braced, like so. And then I think that if this arm is kind of like obscured by the ice texture, but this forearm is a little more visible, and then I treat the silhouette in a similar way, I think it'll read. So I think we're good on that. Also, the robe here, that could also be slightly translucent as well. So yeah, overall I think that we're good on that then. Even without the fur kind of like being separated using the silhouette, I think it reads once certain elements have the correct treatment. But that also means that when I'm doing the grayscale versions of things, we have nice kind of like clear grouping. So what I want to determine is like, okay, what values are where? I mainly want to kind of break it down into like 3 groups. We have like our like kind of midtones, which are kind of like your middle grays. You have your like shadows and you have your highlights, but not necessarily in terms of like being in shadow or being a, you know, like bright reflected highlight. More so just kind of like your brighter tone and your darker tones and your midtones, and just kind of like have those feel like they're grouped, so that like at a glance there's this structure and you see just bigger shapes. So right now I have the robe here as kind of like more of a dark tone, and the mouse is mid-tone, and like the shield and the fur trim are brighter tones, right? Anything ice right now is a bit brighter. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. With ice, it's about kind of like interacting with the environment. If the character is in kind of like a dim and dark kind of environment, there's not a lot of light interacting, we could actually have those kind of like absorb a lot of light. But I think for this character, she's going to have the ice elements be kind of on the brighter side. The fur trim makes sense that it's bright as well, because it's like an insulating kind of fur, so you want it to like reflect. Well, I guess you'd actually want it to absorb, but it'll look cooler as like a brighter fur. Because one of the things I want to do as well is have kind of the kind of bright fur with like ice kind of like growing into it. Perhaps, you know, we don't have to go with that, but that's just an idea. So if I grab that color and put this in its own group, staff, and this is the back fur. So we got like a lot of weird layers because of all the interactions, right? So that's the shield, forearm, trim. All right, fur trim, or scarf, I guess. Fur scarf. Then the head is just behind that. That'll end up becoming its own group, just because there's going to be a lot of detail that I'll work on in there. And the fur scarf can be its own. Actually, most of my kind of like layers I've built here will actually be a collection of layers, just because one of the ways I like to work is I'll create the actual shape, the hard-edged, opaque silhouette of the object, and then I'll create a new layer and use a kind of like pixel lock to it, clipped to that layer, so it's masked by the layer below, and then I can just render however I want. And if I need to, I'll change the shape using this layer. But it's just a smooth way to digitally render. So this is like torso, legs, wings. All right, wings are definitely going to have their own wings. Yeah, it's because of this, like, putting, the same object in multiple places gets a little bit harder to organize. So forearm, shield, these are all going to be in the shield. See? That's, I suppose I'll just put that in a folder and name that. Forearm. Having its own layer for just kind of like the underside of the trim doesn't need to happen, I don't think. In fact, I'll actually throw that into the clothing group, right? Because it is a part of the clothing, it makes sense. Hi, Charlie. Hey. Yeah, because we're working on a full illustration of a character, I'll probably do a pretty decent length stream. The previous one was a very short one, but we got a lot of work to do on this, so I'll just call this one torso. I don't normally actually layer or name all my groups and layers. Doesn't always end up being super necessary, but why not? Back robe, I guess we'll call that, sure. Okay, so we have things grouped up nicely. One thing that we can do now is kind of just try and decide, like, what are the values that we want. So what I'll do is I'll actually create a new clipping layer here and make this a brightness layer. And what we can do is very easily experiment. Really, really rough. This is just not actually going to be used for in the end, but just kind of blocking it out. Hi, Charlie. Yes, you're very cute. So I like the ice elements being very bright, catching the light. Are you trying to eat my hair right now? You're such a weird cat. Why are you eating my hair? Yeah. Hang on. She's just barely off camera. Now she's in the perfect position to just eat my hair. You just choke on it if you do that. Yes, I know. It's freshly washed. I know you like that, but I also need to trim your claws. You're getting stuck on me. They're very sharp. Also, what are you covered in? You got, like, dust on you. How did you do that? Ow. Yeah, you're just gonna sit on the armrest of my chair. She's a weirdo, and I love her. I gotta make a vet appointment for you. Just routine checkup. Okay. Good cat. All right. Sorry about that. So, the one thing that I'm seeing is like maybe I want her to kind of like be the darker tones and have like the robe kind of be brighter or mid-tone. So basically I could like swap those. Just as an idea. Yeah, nice sneeze. It's not bad. So I think her like skin will be a bit like bluer uh, and brighter too. So like the toes, fingertips, nose, that kind of stuff. Um, those can be kind of like more the mid-tone. And I should probably have the darkest darks somewhere represented so I can kind of have more of a range to work with and kind of know just how dark I want some elements to go. Yeah, Charlie? Okay. So that's like a let's see, turn that off. Move this above the sketch, turn it on, and then we can kind of compare them. So that is all right. If I do that, it makes it seem a little more translucent. There'll be like reflections and such on the ice. And because it's like refracting light, there'll be like quite bright and quite dark areas of the ice, just to make that texture work, right? Okay. Now technically for figuring out my values, I probably want them to be like really cleanly grouped, instead of kind of like doing a lot of gradients and blending and stuff. I want it to be more just kind of like, this is very much this value overall, and everything that is this is kind of in that range. The actual kind of like highlights and shadows are kind of like next considerations. Because I'm just trying to determine the structure. So this is kind of like her torso is the darker tones, the outfit is more mid-tone, and the ice is the bright tone. And I think that's a nice kind of look to it. But let's try a different set, right? So let's do another luminosity clipping mask here. And right now we have the clothing being kind of like the dark tones. I'd say let's try pushing that to see where it gets to. And the character herself is the mid-tone. I think I'll darken it all just a little bit. Well, I guess depending on how bright my light tones are, that might not need to be much darker. So like the fur itself, I think should still be brighter. Especially because it like breaks apart the shapes more, like the head kind of pops out. Because of the mid-tone for the torso, I think it'll make these wings more interesting, since I still want them to be kind of like this ice texture on the actual like the webbing of it, right? So there's more kind of like dynamic look between those two. The inside of the ear is still going to be a bit brighter, just like the nose. Teeth. I mean, I could tweak the outfit as well. Like maybe it kind of goes up into the onto the top of the torso more. Like that might make more sense as an outfit. Where it's like an overcoat kind of thing, right? Um, okay. Not sure if I like this one more. Could be like a coat. All the way up to a sleeve kind of thing. Does seem a little more kind of winterized. Got like a heavy, warm coat, right? But I'm not actually sure that that's what I want this character to convey. Right? So could also try the mouse as the brighter color, the outfit as the kind of well, maybe like the ice is the midtones. The outfit could be bright. No? Do the outfit dark. Try the mouse as brighter. Because I suppose Icewing, what do you look like? It's been a minute since I was looking at her. Okay, she's more mid-tone. Suppose I should actually put her in as reference, huh? Boop. So, oh man, look how muddy and like just lifeless that color is, right? Like it just goes into like this gross mud shadow instead of there being kind of like this like color in that shadow that would just kind of like make it feel more alive. Like there's a little bit of it in this inside the shadow of this ear, but here it's just like I took just kind of the wrong color and threw that on top. It's very muddy feeling, right? So she's kind of like a blend, but kind of like what I did with the face here. It's kind of interesting with the glowing eye is cool too. Wonder if I should do something with that. Perhaps not for a tier 1. I don't know if she has that kind of power to like have her eyes glow. She is kind of on the magical side, but probably doesn't have Icewing tier magic. Not even close. Also, that like cold fire is kind of an interesting element. Maybe I'll find a way to use that. I do like this kind of like warbly magic idea here. Maybe I'll use something like that as well. It's kind of interesting with like a bit of this out of focus part of the character. One thing that I'll probably want to put in more is like this kind of atmospheric haze, with there being kind of like this frosty air kind of glowing around the character to just help show this cold nature. But part of why this works here is because it's on that gray. So we're going to have to do some kind of background color or texture or something to let us kind of get that like that frosty glow to kind of like be on top of that. But we can worry about that a bit later. There you go. A little poster on your wall for inspiration, Grilly. All right, so I'm thinking that this value structure I like this one more, with her fur being on the kind of like the darker tones. I don't know if I want to have like the lighter underbelly. Like it's kind of neat. I don't always do that. One of the things about like a lot of animals is they're like the surface of their fur that's kind of facing towards the ground is brighter than the surface kind of like that's in the sunlight. Um, I don't know if that's the most common and like how consistent that is overall, but like it does seem to happen. So like the belly of a lot of fur creatures does tend to have like a little bit of brighter fur there, depending. It's like, take a look at you, Charlie. Yeah, you got a little bit lighter fur, and the top has kind of some of the darker hair. But again, it's not some kind of hard fast rule. But like it could be something that we try for this character where the tummy is like a little bit on the lighter side. I do like the toes and the fingertips being kind of like, whatever the skin color is, right? Um, awesome. Sorry, Lauren just shared a piece of artwork and I'm quite enjoying it. All right. So, yeah, I think I like that value structure. I don't want to get stuck on this for too long. We're going to go on lunch in about 45 minutes. Also, let me make sure that time lapse good is recording. So we'll actually, move on from here, I'd say. Yeah, I like her fur being the darker tones. So let's make adjustments to do that. One way I can do this is I can actually duplicate this layer, bring it down to the appropriate folder, and clip it into there. Let's turn off that. And we can just kind of like go around and merge it into the layers, or just have that be the beginning of the rendering for it. So put that on there. Yeah. It's not a bad way to kind of get this rendering started. Sure, that works. I like also the kind of like blotches on Ice Wings fur. I might try and do something with that. Also, this needs to be. There we go. I just had to change the sketch layer back to a draft layer so that I'm not accidentally selecting it while I'm trying to grab a different layer. I got the forearm. So these aren't the colors that I want in the end, but what I'm doing is I'm going around and I'm just kind of like putting the values where I want them. And because of how these are structured, then it's just kind of like a quick way to block this in. Okay, so the fur. Oops. Did not mean to do that. It's not a good hotkey to accidentally hit. I just kind of like set it to focus on only one layer, and I don't know how to use the same hotkey to go back. So turn that on. Ice Wing you can return as well. Hopefully that's all the layers I needed. Okay, scarf. Clean that up a bit better. Okay. Head is fine. Staff, good enough for now. Clothing. Need to add that here to brighten up that trim there. So looking at this in grayscale will help. Okay. And that lightens up. That's right. That becomes our kind of mid-tone. Yeah, I like that. I think we can get something more with the torso here. Maybe we'll figure out what that will end up being. I'm not sold on these kind of straps here. Might need to figure out what I really want those to do. Like it's part of the outfit, but I don't quite know what's happening with that, you know. Maybe for now I'll just kind of let that disappear. Okay. So it's a bit weird with the foot back here, because this is in shadow, but also the feet texture. It's a bit brighter too. I guess the same thing will be happening with this leg here. So and I think that like foot strap should be on a layer above this, so again, the actual colors can be tweaked. I'll try using a different layer, like a colorized layer, to do that work. Again, this isn't like necessarily the method I always use for rendering, but I like to experiment. So I haven't really done it very frequently where I'll kind of like go over with a kind of brightness layer on top to kind of like discover what values I want to use, and then like go through and drop that brightness layer on top of each group. But I've done it before, and it isn't a bad way to kind of set up the structure of it. So do more of that today. This trim here, I think I want to be a little brighter to kind of match the fur above it. It's the same fur, they're right beside each other, so they should be relatively close together in terms of value. And the staff here, I think actually I'm going to need it to go quite a bit darker in certain spots where, like with the fur here and the ear, I need that to kind of like read distinctly. With the color and rendering, that'll become more obvious, I believe, but for now. Just gotta clean up that wing. It's a little bit sloppy there. It'll be fun to render the texture on that staff. It's going to be interesting because I kind of have like this twisting ice. So that should be pretty cool looking. And I want to treat the shield in a similar technique. These are all going to clip into the shield, so that can go over top. Actually, no, I don't want to do it that way. Because that way, I can have that be translucent, and that way it'll interact with the backgrounds that it's put on. I'll just have a couple of layers. One will be like the topmost opaque, where I can do things like highlights and intensify kind of the edges where there's less background color coming through. But yeah, we'll get to that. That's going to be a little more complicated and specific, but it should be cool. All right. Also, the top of the head here, I kind of like. One of the things that I did a little bit was having kind of like some of the designs have like ice growing out of the character, like ice horns kind of thing. So I'm like, should that be what's going on here? Are these just kind of like fur spikes? I mean, Icewing's got this pretty cool mane going on, which I think is, maybe inspiring this character, perhaps. I don't know. I'd say a little bit, yeah. But yeah, okay, so color-wise, I'm going to tweak these. These colors aren't it. So that'll be kind of like the next round, I think. We're just kind of like setting up the rough of this, right? So if we go into the tail, we have our brightness pass. Also, I'm going to turn off the sketch now. No, that was Icewing. Sketch at the very, very topmost layer, because in Clip Studio I can actually have multiple sets of layers. So this one is always visible on the top, easy to turn on and off. All right, so without the sketch on, overall, maybe I'll just kind of shift everything into kind of like a similar blue to start. So I think that we do a color layer here. And there, and just kind of go around and bring everything closer together. And then we can kind of push directions from that point. It's a very icy blue, right? Now it would be easy to just kind of do a color layer over like the whole folder, like the master group here, and then I could just boom, it's all that blue. It's just that like I like to go in and kind of like paint inside groups, and if I did that on the master folder, then I can't really affect the colors behind it anymore, and I'd have to kind of paint color only from the outside, and then just I'd be kind of like, if I'm going to do painting on top of things directly with just without any like layer effects, which is how I prefer to paint, I don't tend to use brightness and color layers very much. Like that's early on, maybe I'll do that, and maybe like very final kind of detail pass, but like if I did this a lot, I'd have a quick action like the luminosity layer, but for color. But I very rarely change color as a layer type here. But what I'll end up doing is once I'm happy with this base, I'm actually going to go into each of those groups and just flatten them down. Like I don't need, beyond like setting up kind of the basics of kind of like how each of these layers works, I don't actually need all these kind of independent layers Getting closer. So that fur here. I might actually create an action for that. So I have one for luminosity layer, and I do like having that. Because I have that action, it makes me use it more. And there's times when it's beneficial to actually use this. So I might create a new action. So I have this action here, grayscale layer. So the action is that whatever the layer is, no, that's not actually the one I wanted. Luminosity layer is the one. So it creates a new raster layer, sets it to clip to the layer below, and then changes the blending mode to brightness. So I'm going to create basically the same thing. So I'm duplicating this. Unfortunately, I'm doing this behind my camera, so you can't actually see what I'm doing. Sorry about that. Let's actually move this here for now, just so you can kind of see what I'm getting at. So I have this action, and you can do these in Photoshop and other digital painting programs where you can like construct an action by recording what you do, and then when you activate this, it just does all those actions. It's pretty useful stuff. You need to like actively go out and create these for things you need, but when you have them, and it's a useful combination of actions, it's quite great. So yeah, I have my luminosity layer, which is this action here. It creates a new raster layer. It then sets it to clip to the layer below, and that changes the blending mode. And I made a duplicate of that, but this is, oops, I just activated it. I'm going to rename. Settings of set, maybe? Sure. Copy. No, that didn't. Oops. I just renamed this whole set to just color layer. That's not what I wanted. Settings of set. Jacob actions. Sure. Okay, so renaming this action. Am I just blind? Maybe I just, there we go, okay. Colorize layer, sure. So we keep the new raster layer, set it to clip below, and instead of blending mode brightness, how do I change that? I don't actually know how I changed that. I guess I'll try add auto action. No, it made a whole new one. Okay, well, maybe in here, if I start to record an action here, set it to color, and then stop, and then I get rid of this one, delete command. Okay, so colorize layer, create a new layer, clip it, change the blending mode to color. Cool, okay. So that is what I want, and then I can just add that action here to that group. So now I have new clipping mask, which creates a layer and clips it to whatever I have below. I have luminosity layer, which does the same thing, but it turns it to a brightness layer, and then same thing, but color. So get rid of this, get rid of this, and let's try out that action now. Boom, there we go. It is clipped down. and as a color layer. So that was a success. This is already, I don't know, I think I'll have, yeah, slightly more blue for a scarf. Forearm, you're fine. Shield. Let's do it. The wings I want to change as well. And the head. Oh, that's kind of cool. Like the saturation kind of amped up like that. Okay, great. Staff, you're good. Clothing. The lower trim here. Tweak the color of that. And then, yeah, we'll go around, and I think I'll flatten these so that I can kind of just riff off them more readily. Okay, so we got the color there. The tail, let's do a color here. That back foot. Good, and wings. Okay. The back robe. Those already have that. Okay. So I've unified all the color. Not that this is the final color, but I just wanted to bring them all closer together and then move away from that. What are you covered in? Was there like sawdust and you just found a pile of it and you rolled around in it? Like, what are you doing? Or are you just suddenly covered in cat dandruff? All right, we are at 12:37, so we're going to go until 1. All right, I think what I'll do is I'll go around and I'll start flattening some stuff. So the color and brightness. I don't want to flatten this just because I have like transparency stuff going on, and that'll get a little complicated. I want to figure out exactly how I want to handle that before I flatten it. Forearm, however, I'll just smush that down into one layer, and then I can create new clipping layers and paint over that however I want. Cool. For scarf, same deal. The head, the staff, the clothing, hey, yeah, you're very cute. Torso, I think that's fine. Wings. And back robe. Cool. Okay. So we've simplified our layer structure down a little bit. And let's just kind of take a look at what we got. I think I'll move her a little more into the center. I'll select, oops, make sure to move them together in case I need to turn them on again, right? So I'll move her there. Just trying to find where she kind of feels balanced in the frame. Probably have like a little shadow below her feet here to show that she's just kind of slightly hovering. So, like, she maybe has a bit of magic, but she'll probably just come around and bop you on the head with this ice staff. Doesn't have a lot of magic. Okay. So, fine with that. Also, I should give her a save. It's been a little while. One thing that I'm seeing now is I got a little bit of visual kind of issues. So this hand kind of going into the fur and stuff, I feel like it's not resolved in a clean enough way. I'm not happy with that yet. Like the wing kind of going into this crest as well. Not that they don't kind of like read separate from each other. I just think that there could be stronger interactions between these kind of like overlaps, where like the top of the head is more clearly defined. And like this edge here going right to the edge of the ear, it's a little bit awkward. What I would probably do is actually like clear that space for that to read more readily, right? So we can see the shape of that ear a lot cleaner. We'll get a little bit more of the fur and understand what's happening with that. The fingers like aren't kind of like detailed out right now anyways, so it's going to be kind of like, what's going on there? It's a little bit sloppy and messy. I don't really get it. But, you know, I want it to be easy to understand at any detail level, right? Also, I need to think about like the like eye line, like what's happening. I need like another zoom level between these two. We got 25% zoom, 12.5% zoom. I feel like I can change a setting and add another one. I'm gonna do a little save, and I'm gonna go into preferences. I feel like I was looking around and I saw that and then I never added it. Just really quick. See if I can figure it out real quick. Camera. Here we go. Canvas, maybe? Yeah. So if I add like 20% maybe, or 18. 18 sounds good. There we go. All right. Okay. Oh, nice. Oh, you know what? Actually, 21. 20 seems good then. That's cool. I can like create my own distinct zoom levels. So I'll adjust that to be 20. And that's good for the resolution I paint mice at. to kind of almost fill the frame. Oh, that didn't save it. It kept the 18 one. All right. Let's try that again. Preferences. Click change. There we go. Okay. Sick. That's nice. Yeah, it felt like there was a zoom step missing there. I like it. That feels like much more useful that way. Okay, cool. So, yeah, one thing we could look at is like just really kind of like trying to see it for just the values and not like the mouse itself. So there's a few things that I just don't think are reading super awesome, but I think it helps with a little bit of like color behind it. Now, that's the wrong color because like suddenly our midtones are absolutely obliterated, like our toes and our tail, right? So that helps to have the white behind those. But if it was like a darker color, it's kind of all right. But that's not what we're going to be aiming for. We want it to be mostly on a white. So one way to kind of tackle this stage is if we, what is the layer, correction layer. I think I know how to do this in Photoshop. I'm wondering if there's a good way to do it in Clip Studio. Yeah, binarization is effectively what I was kind of thinking of, where you kind of like knock out everything above or below a certain value. So can do like 2 of these layers. So throw this above everything real quick. And then set that to like 50%. And duplicate it. Now, set that one higher. And it kind of just like breaks it down into the like value structure more so. So what I'm liking about this idea is it's showing this knee as like a midtone, and I'm like, oh wait, this arm should totally be a midtone because it's kind of masked by that ice. So I'm actually going to do that. And I think one of the reasons it's interacting the way it is because it's looking at all of these layers as fully opaque. So this should actually be more, let's do a luminosity layer and like brighten that up. Now if I turn those on, I suppose that it wasn't actually. I don't know, something like that is kind of doing all right. So I don't like the arm without there being something to kind of like connect it together to the body. Like the darkness of the arm out here and it being connected to the body. Like I want some kind of shape in that kind of darker value to kind of like piece those together better. Because one thing that you want to try and do when you're grouping values is actually like have them flow into each other. Uh, so how to do that? Okay, we got 10 minutes. I suppose that this back fur here, it's kind of blocking the shoulder a little bit. And maybe, like, it makes sense that it is, but maybe actually try and let a little more of that shoulder be visible. Yeah, sorry I haven't been like following the chat as well as I could. Um, let's see. Ice Shield. I know this is an art edition Feedback Friday, but can I suggest we get more tournaments in the newer areas? Longtime player, and I miss tourneys. I know that like tournaments are not in a place we're happy with, and at least during events, they do not play well with the server. So if it's a case where tournaments get hammered, it can be pretty rough. But you know, like as a permanent area, that's not necessarily as like everybody jumps on all at once kind of thing. Like when we had Great Winter Hunt tournaments and stuff like that, like those could cause issues. Um, and there's like a lot of like elements about how it's balanced, all kinds of stuff that we're not happy with. So I know we've been kind of keeping a light touch on those, but that's something to kind of like keep in you know, like there might be good ways to just add simple, clean tournaments to permanent areas that are just a little more engaging, but not gonna break the server or anything like that. So I'll bring it up. Often on like Mondays, when we kind of like meet as the whole team, we have a moment to kind of like share feedback and stuff that's shared on Feedback Friday. Even though it's not art related, I'll sometimes bring that up to the group there. So I mean, it's something that like when I bring it up, like the devs might be like, well, here's the totally valid reason we can't really do it that way, unfortunately. Because I know we like tourneys and we want them to be better. It's just that like to do what we want to do with them, we need more of the core engine kind of like in the position. And we're working on that tool and the engine, but it's not at that point where we can, you know, have it for you guys at all, and that's a ways away for that. So, but thank you for that good feedback on that, though. I don't disagree. Like I like tournaments too. I'm not great at them, but they add a certain something. But yeah, I definitely don't want it to be an issue for the experience if it's capable of kind of like negatively impacting the gameplay of others. All right. What is that layer? Oh, I see what's going on. It's that behind. Okay, so that's supposed to be there. This. So if I make this arm come under there, that might help with this kind of value, kind of like connecting more to the body. And I can trim away some of the fur here to make that work better. So I'm just trying to be conscious of like the shape and how it's flowing. And now because I have this like under fur, it's actually kind of getting in the way of doing this. So that's the kind of moment where I'm like, I don't like there being all these layers. Okay, so like where the ear is kind of like pressing down into that for it makes sense that it's kind of like pulling the fur up into the base of the ear there, but also, you know, it's not like going up into their earlobes. It's just kind of like being pressed down around the sides, like my earphones. So like a bit of the fur would kind of come up in front, but it's not like it just stops up here. It's flowing behind. So only a little bit of the fur is kind of getting displaced and put in front of the ear. So I can reduce the kind of the fur clumps to feel more like it's just kind of like transitioning under the ear. That seems a little better. Now to see if I've been selecting a really weird color this whole time. That sometimes has happened where I'll like grab a value to be like, oh, that's the right kind of brightness or darkness, but it's like a really bad color. And because I'm in grayscale preview, I have no idea that it's a really wild color. Now, of course, I went around and I colorized everything, so everything should be the same kind of blue. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. All right, so we're going to go on lunch. But yeah, let's take a quick look. Clean up those edges a bit better, but we're getting there. All right. So makes sense. It's all one color. All right, so I'm going to give this a save. I'm going to go on lunch, and I'll put up the time lapse that we got thus far, and we'll be able to just kind of like watch what we've done so far. And then when I return, we're going to keep working on this and just kind of like clean up details, add a little more clean hierarchy, and make it read even better, and push the colors. I want to add a bit of like purple and just kind of like a little bit of warmth into the shadows and stuff to just give more life and vibrancy to it all. But yeah, it's still got a ways to go, but it's come along, so I'm happy with that. All right, so let's pop the time lapse up. Oh, actually, I need to hide that first, and then time lapse. Here we go. Now, the fun thing about time lapse is it doesn't show us when we're doing grayscale previews and stuff. Oh, and you also get to see the various kind of like sketch phase of this character and where I explored. I landed upon this design pretty quickly, so I'm pretty happy with that. But at any rate, I'm gonna go on lunch break, get some fuel in me, and I'll be back at 2 o'clock. I'll have a Larry link for you all, and we'll keep rendering. And it's gonna be a good one. I'm really feeling like this character is gonna come together and be something special. So stay tuned. But yeah, I'll put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm going to return. And that'll be in about 58 minutes, approximately. So I'll put that up here. Put that up here. And yeah, I'll see you in less than an hour. Well, hello there. Fancy meeting you here, post-lunch. Welcome back, welcome back. Break is over. Back to work. Alright, I will copy and into the chat paste a Larry link. It's a good one. Get yourself some factory repair charms on Larry. In the chat right now. Alright. So, where we left off, we had kind of blocked in the basic kind of value structure for this character. In the blue range, and now it's just kind of like deciding, you know, what's the best next step. There's kind of like a lot to resolve with the shield. Overall, the whole thing kind of needs a texture pass to kind of like really, you know, get it to the level I want it. There's like, yeah, just like a couple of areas that I could kind of start working on, and I'm not sure the best step. Oh, that's the fur up there. All right, I'm actually gonna carve away a little bit more of this fur. Hi, Charlie. My lap is already full. I'm sorry, girl. Just because I want to make sure that the read of the wing is good. Yeah, okay, Charlie. Hi. I can't see anything. Yeah, your butt is right in the way. Completely. Mm-hmm. Sorry, my lap is full. You gonna move? No, you're just gonna lay down now, huh? Uh-huh. I can kind of see over her back. Okay. Ah, right. I'll apply that mask here. Got some gaps in the this foreground fur. Too many layers happening. Gotta jump around between them to clean it up. No good. Alright, so one of the things I'll want this fur to convey is that there's basically like crusted ice on the tips of it. Get rid of that. So I imagine some of these might need to be quite long, kind of icicles. Mm-hmm. The eyes aren't like empty and hollow. No, it's just that was kind of just a quick pass for those. I haven't detailed them yet. All right, working around my cat. I'm gonna do the eyes on a separate layer just because honestly sometimes they can be a bit finicky and being able to kind of just slide them around easily might be nice to really just get them positioned well. Alright, so turn the sketch on for a second. So in the sketch, it's almost got like some nice kind of longer lashes happening. Well, of course, because the fur is there, must need the eyelashes to go above the scarf. There we go. Breaking that kind of edge will add a little bit of interest too. Alright, turn the sketch back off. Yeah, I wanted to give her some nice lashes. I imagine that she's kind of like, with her limited flight magic and all that, she's kind of like watching from kind of like safe positions. So I want to draw some nice attention to those keen eyes. Okay. Well, we'll like detail that out better when we've worked up the detail in other places as well. Not quite there just yet. Though working up the details of the face is not a bad place to go from here, just because it'll kind of like set a bit of the precedent for things, values and tone and all the good stuff. The face is generally the most resolved, kind of detailed out portion. But I like to try and build up an image more evenly. So like put a little bit of detail in the face and then put a little bit of detail in other portions and just kind of like evenly develop it. So it's not like the face is like highly rendered and beautiful, but then the rest of the character is just like a muddy mush. It's a good way to just kind of like not want to put in the effort, because like often the face is, I would say, the most interesting and fun part of an image, and if you kind of like do all of that at the beginning, and you don't really kind of like balance it and save that closer to the end, you can kind of like find yourself in a position where you're like, I just want to kind of like wrap this up. Not that that happens too often with what I do. I quite like detailing all kinds of things, um, especially because I like to kind of explore texture, so it doesn't need to be a face for it to be interesting and fun for me to work on. But I know that that can be a thing for a lot of artists. They'll kind of like do the fun part, and then when you look at the rest of it, it's kind of like just phoned in. Um, like they just kind of like ran out of steam. And admittedly, streaming uh, helps me run out of steam faster. Kind of like having a conversation with myself the entire day, the entire work day, just kind of taxes one just a little bit. But also, it is a case of like knowing that I have people watching. I'm just kind of like always trying to do something. Um, there's less kind of natural micro breaks that I get through a typical day. But yeah, this is not a complaint whatsoever. I, in fact, quite enjoy streaming artwork. It often is some of the most kind of like productive days, just because I like kind of the energy that it can bring out, and I also like being able to like have people that can share ideas, and then I end up exploring things I didn't think of, or I feel more encouraged to kind of like push things and try weird, silly ideas, or just add an unexpected element, because why not? Why is that not selecting the right color? That should be grabbing white. Is that erased? Yes, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Got to be careful I'm not detailing it too much. I want to get a little more warm colors into this piece in places, so I'm going to get like pinks on the face a little bit. The ear as well. Especially if we have, I haven't like fully decided on like what should the light be doing. It's kind of a super important thing to resolve when you're getting to the actual rendering portion of an image. It's pretty important, I would say. Okay, so how should this be lit? don't like that hand right now. I might end up redrawing the hand and positioning it slightly differently to make that work better. That fur is completely invisible against this wing, so I need to make that wing more clear. Might have to adjust a couple of things. So if I dropped the wrist down here, this might be the way to do it. Oops. Okay, so let's go up to the top here. If I eyelashes of keen perception +3. I like it. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, depending on how I want to light it, it can really impact how the ice looks. Sorry, Charlie, I really got to move you. You were very cute and adorable, but kind of in the way. Yeah, depending on like what angle I hit with what quality of light, it'll like play with the ice in really cool ways, and I want to utilize that, right? I think that'll be a really good thing to kind of bring, and especially with like the thin ears, you know, like having light kind of like scattering through that thin skin could just have like a really lovely kind of warm glow. And I always like how that looks. So I feel like with the materials and the angles and stuff, a backlight is going to be really quite nice. And I think it'll let me kind of like have some cast shadows kind of doing some nice stuff. Like the head kind of casting a bit of a shadow into this fur will give it like more deep texture. So what I'm thinking is if I create like a sphere here, can kind of just suggest like, yeah, we got a nice, strong, cool backlight. And then yeah, maybe we get like a little bit of a kind of warmer. Let's see what this does. Try lighten or screen. So just kind of like a bit of a fill light here. Like soften that off a bit. Alternately, I kind of think that maybe it could look nice with the fill coming from below even. maybe the that light needs to be more kind of dramatically. Getting like a rim light. Yeah, maybe that. Might be a bit too warm at the bottom. Yeah, I think if there is kind of like the intense light is coming from behind, that gives us a little bit of opportunity for the ice to really interact in a cool way. It does kind of intensify the character a bit though, and because it's supposed to be like a low tier character, I don't really want to make it too epic and dramatic feeling with the lighting, because that can actually really push it. But then again, I'm of the opinion that like you can always kind of push things to be cooler and more epic. So like you don't need to necessarily make something pitiful to like make other things awesome and epic. You just make those things even more awesome and more epic, and that's a fun way to like really kind of get some awesome adventures. But there is absolutely a place for your kind of feebling, silly, kind of dopey characters that are absolutely clearly just terrible. But this is not necessarily one of those. Okay, I think I'll do this. I think I'll go with the more kind of dramatic, exciting light. I just think that it'll be a cool image, and I want it to be as interesting and fun as possible. So yeah, kind of like um, our rim light, our very bright, powerful light coming in from behind these wings over that earlobe, and kind of raking across just the edge of the face and casting shadow onto the trim of the fur and shield and stuff. I like it. Do we need to adjust this arm right now? I think we should. I mentioned that I want to do a tweak to it, just so that we have a cleaner read. And if I kind of pull the staff into the on top of the shoulder a bit better, we can have more clearance for that back wing to kind of not be obscured by the fur quite as poorly. So move that. And I'm thinking maybe I even raise the arm, because what's going on is she's got like her shield arm forward, and with this pose her hips are open on kind of like the front side, and so she's kind of uh, like lifting the mace side, and if it's propped up on her shoulder's rolling up, and it's gonna kind of roll it into the neck a little bit more, and that's kind of dropping the shield arm a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I think this pose that I'm kind of creating for her, she just kind of like spotted something off to the side and it's just starting to react to that. So she was kind of like flying around on her patrol or whatever, and then just noticed this thing and is about to kind of like go into action. So yeah, I think if this arm is raised and this hand is dropped lower onto the the staff, it'll be more kind of like just balanced on the shoulder. It's top heavy, so it's going to be pivoting against the shoulder and kind of falling backwards, but because the arm is slid down closer to the bottom, that's supporting it. So it'll actually look a little more natural and a little more casual, which I think will be a cool angle for this character. So I'm going to move the staff in a little bit more. And thinking of like angles, I want to kind of like have some rhythms between various shapes and direction with them. So if I'm looking at kind of this wingtip kind of flow, I might tweak the tail a little bit, but if I have the staff kind of like parallel with that, that kind of reinforces that shape. And then we have this kind of like 90-degree angle to that with the arm and this wing on the other side, and I think that kind of creates a little bit of energy between those parts. So I think that's an okay angle. Just gotta tweak this hand. Honestly, I don't even really like the hand at all, so let's just redo it. The back shoulder also just tweak that. Okay, now fur. Gonna pull that in. Wrong tool. We'll actually have that staff kind of cover over a lot of the fur. We don't need every single spot on it to be having like fur curled up over top of it. And we'll shorten that quite a bit. Okay, and this back fur now can come in. And give the wings a little more breathing room. Sweet. Okay, so that elbow is like really extended. Honestly, I need to kind of like take a quick look at how bad the anatomy is. Let's do this, because it's not necessarily great. So we got our shoulder. And the shoulders are kind of like at that angle and the hips are that angle, so we got that like contrapposto, which is kind of a good thing. Now we have, might drop that arm even more. Have her kind of like dipping into it a bit. which might make sense with the wings kind of giving this lift. The back of that arm is almost kind of curved up. Kind of like the idea of that being a more kind of casually propped up pose here. We'll have that still coming forward towards us. So a little bit more foreshadowing. Yeah, the arm doesn't need to, the elbow doesn't need to extend out too crazily. Should it be raised up like that though? So we got like a potentially nice twist happening with the torso and the head. So like the head is that way, the torso is face on, and the hips are that way. So there's kind of like good twisting action happening there. Maybe if I bring the knee up more. So again, this hip is raised up, right? Looks a little more kind of like energetic. Also the tail might need to be raised up. So with the leg raised up, we get more kind of compression on this side and more extension on this side, which I think is good. And because we want a little bit more of that compression and expansion to kind of like tell us about the energy of this character, maybe this leg is more extended and this one's more compressed. So maybe. I don't know if the wings are a bit too off with this though, because it feels like, well, if the torso itself is like aimed directly at us, maybe the shoulder doesn't need to go quite that high. Yeah, I think that still works then. The hand itself could just be I'm just wondering if it's like even gripping it in a readied way. Kind of like the fingers just kind of like loosely holding it down. Not much neck on her. Okay, that might be a little better. A little bit more neck. Okay, so I might drop the arm. That might also help with the value grouping too. So I'm gonna try that out at least. So So the shoulder is still lifting up, right? Um, and now this forearm, let's actually just fully erase that. It's just a mess. Okay. So we got the elbow coming out there. What layer was the shoulder or the forearm? Would it be above the staff? Forearm, there we are. Okay. Bit of a awkward angle for this, maybe. Don't want her to look too relaxed with it, I suppose. Maybe the wrist can be turned over a bit. Don't quite feel like it's propped up on there yet. Okay. Just more foreshortening, perhaps. This might help with the silhouette in the end too. I think it should. It's kind of one of the reasons I started exploring this. So I did not like how kind of hard to read that was with the silhouette. Okay, so I mean, like, this staff is coming towards us, right? So the hand needs to kind of respect those ellipses. How would you, like, wrist up and under? I guess the arm, the elbow might be dropped more actually, instead of like up here. This feels kind of awkward. So the elbow dropped down. But like the shoulder is still lifted, I think. So let's just drop that. The wrist would kind of like potentially come from underneath, so that might actually need to go on this layer, because that's going behind. And it's just kind of the hand and fingertips that are kind of coming out and over. Okay, let's try that out. Playing game of tag with all these layers. Okay, that feels a little more natural. Could even have the fingers lower down, potentially. I might make the staff a bit longer too, just to work with that better. Yeah, okay. Kind of like the fingers. Okay, so like the index is just on top, but then the middle and pinky are just kind of like extended across and elongated down the spine. I think I actually want that to curl over a bit more. Or maybe the index is the one that's kind of curling over the most. Yeah, I need to make the staff a bit longer. And the pinky is just kind of on the long, riding along the surface. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like that better. Okay, the staff, I think we can thicken it up just a bit. Make it just a little bit longer to make that feel just a little bit more balanced. Cool. That'll also let me kind of show more of the wing here. Honestly, I almost wonder if I should bring the staff in even more. Flipping it kind of makes me feel that. Upside down. It's like right on the shoulder here, maybe. And then we can really mush it up against the fur, and that will look even more floofy and puffed up, perhaps, if we do it right. Yeah. And I think that also works well. I might even benefit from having just the slightest kind of like gap in that arm there too. one thing to kind of think about is like, all right, where can I have a contrast of like straight and curve? So basically on each side of a surface, I want to have one side be a straight and the other side be some kind of curve, and just kind of like play with the dynamics of that. It just kind of just ends up creating a little bit more of an interesting overall shape. So I'm thinking this inner arm here can be straight across, and it can actually curve up into the shoulder. And then the outer arm here, this elbow, would it make more sense to have it be like this straight sharp angle and this kind of curve here? Kinda. Although that like perfect straight edge there feels weird. So not sure I like that actually. So then this curve here, and it can be like a curve going into a straight kind of thing, you know, it doesn't need to. In fact, that's a little bit more of an interesting shape too. The elbow is tilted downward, then you'll see part of the palm. If the elbow is tilted upwards, you won't. Yeah, that's a good point. I think I do want it to be more elbow pointed down, thinking about it, but right now it is kind of like coming out. But I think either way, I kind of want a bit of the palm to show. So it's more like just the fingertips are kind of catching. That's a good observation. I agree. So having that extend down into the palm. And these fingertips. Actually, I should probably do something more like that. Have that still wrap around just a little bit. Just looks like she's looking at her hand right now. But that is kind of like extending forward in an interesting way, so. Do we want more of the palm showing? Might be nice. So like if I drop the elbow even more, like that. Oh. Kind of want to make it feel more like she's looking at us rather than the hand. Maybe that finger. She needs to kind of come forward a bit. Yeah. I'll mess with that a little bit later, I think. Okay, so I want to basically take this fur and just move it in a bit. Okay, and then same with this back fur here. Cool. Yeah. That works better. The staff is sitting on top of the shoulder, and it's just kind of jammed into the fur better. I like that. Ooh. That arm extension might be a bit much. Perhaps the whole shield needs to just kind of come in a bit so that arm doesn't feel quite as extended. Just gotta make sure that like the silhouette is still gonna work. In the anatomy scribble, I did have the knee raised up here. That might not be a bad thing. Having that pivot out a bit more. And then that back foot here and the tail itself can be raised up. And honestly, this whole foot maybe just needs to move out a bit. Kind of messes with that, the cloak a bit, but I think it'll have a cleaner read when it's positioned well. So I'm actually gonna turn off the back robe. Awesome. All right, sorry, just checking on a message real quick. I could have the actual shield just kind of like compressed in a little bit, and that'll give a little more clearance for things to read, I think. You can also like tilt the angles. Okay, so that's where it was. Bring that in. I think I might shorten it as well, actually. Okay, So if we look at this in grayscale now, the robe is kind of confusing, right? I almost wonder if I want to like throw that out. I can actually render this up properly. Loading. I mean, I think that if I narrow the trim on this, like maybe I want that to kind of cross over to the the nape of the neck, just because I imagine if this is some kind of cloak, it might kind of like clasp right here. And I mean, this fur kind of collar is probably attached to this actually, so it would kind of like drape over, and I guess it's actually more like a vest now that I'm thinking of it. So maybe if it is, I'd like almost want it to, not sure how I want that outfit to work now. Not happy with it is the thing. Her neck is just like really smushed down now. I think that elbow needs to come in actually. Honestly, if anything, I almost want the cloak to be like completely different in that it would be more like let's try this out. Like draped over the shoulder and kind of like going in behind, kind of shawl like. Doesn't read well there. I mean, maybe I just completely change up the outfit. It's not terrible. Let me take a look at some other images real quick. Yeah, I think maybe if it has like this brought into the waist and there's like a belt, that might be a way to do that. I'm going to duplicate this just in case I don't like how I resolve this. Merge that down. Hmm. Yeah, maybe this. Maybe there's something here. Yeah, I think it needs like a little more fine, thin, elegant kind of details. I think that's what's off about it, is it felt a little too kind of like chunky, and I think I need some spindly kind of detail. Hmm. A rope belt with an elegant tassel. Actually, I like the sound of that. That could be quite nice. I kind of think it might be neat if it's like draped off to a side. Maybe? Not sure. I like, clothing is probably one of the hardest things for me to design. I do not have a good understanding of how to make nice clothing. Let me try it in the center first. It's like, how big should these ropes be? Where do they fall down? Not feeling that. Likely the world's most foremost expert in anthropomorphic mouse clothes. I don't know about that. I've certainly had to draw a fair amount, but I wouldn't call myself the expert on it. Certainly not. I would imagine that there are sculptors, or I know that I've seen an artist who like makes little outfits, like actual ones, and puts them on sculptures and stuff like that, and they have an understanding of how all this works. I just kind of scribble at stuff and eventually land on something that I'm content enough with. But like how a piece of clothing is supposed to kind of like fit, and I know that there are things like darts and a general idea of how fabrics work, but yeah. I'm mainly stating that fashion eludes me. It is beyond my understanding. Actually, for this, so I wanted to like have ice motifs and stuff. So I think that maybe I'll have that come down into kind of more like an icicle kind of like drip here. And that might fulfill that kind of like need for something draped like a tasseled belt. I do like it. I just don't know how to pull that off and make that look right, like a belt kind of on this. But yeah, I think that helps with the design of this character and the dynamic kind of flow of shapes. Just gonna carve into the torso a little bit to give more space to move things around without having to overpaint. I think this does a good job of kind of like making it feel like ice. This kind of like glassy look here. So that's good. And I like this kind of like light, billowy kind of element to it. Like the ice is a fragile and sharp and thin kind of element in this space. It can also be incredibly strong, but for this, I want it to look very fine and just like glass kind of quality to it. Okay. Actually don't know if I want the sleeve. Don't think I do. I think like a bracelet is nice, but full sleeve, I don't know. Yeah, I think like very thin and elegant details are what this character could use. Part of like what I want to think of with some of these elements is like frost kind of creeping and growing on things. And right now I'm not kind of giving that anywhere, but if I kind of start to use the hexagon growth kind of patterns, we'll get more of that ice-like quality. And of course with frost, each of the like crystals don't necessarily actually line up. They start to kind of like grow and kind of race to take over a space, and they start blocking each other, and you get like interesting intersections of crystals forming. So something like that ain't bad. It's definitely not finished, but I think I'm starting to feel like I'm hitting that kind of limit on being super productive on this. I'm starting to kind of like lose that focus, so I might wrap up pretty soon. Let's just kind of take a quick look at some of the value structure here. I think I can push it a little bit deeper on the mouse itself. So I'm going to do a luminosity layer. We'll grab that eye color, And we're just gonna knock it back a little bit more. Do that on the face as well. Overall, bring the legs down a little bit more. Cool. All right, do a luminosity pass on this as well. And we haven't really kind of like done the lighting pass proper. So, I mean, I might have enough energy to kind of do that. So, I'm going to take a quick attempt at it, quick stab at it. Okay. Then I would get a little bit more like warm glow. So it's like a concave ear, right? And so we may have some light kind of coming around and hitting the inside of that, but this outer edge is kind of curled away, so it's in shadow. But because it's so thin and we got this like decent light source behind us, we're gonna get this kind of light kind of scattering through the ear and just kind of becoming a more saturated, intense color. And you know, we got like blood that it's basically passing through, so it's going to be picking up reds as it's kind of scattering its light through those. Yeah, all right, I like that. Don't forget your teeth. Okay, and I think I just want to get a little more clean definition on these surfaces, just kind of make them more clear what angles are what. There might be a bit more kind of shadow from the crests there, but nothing too cray-cray. Do like these little glowing dimples. Okay, and then the underside of the fur, I think, where it's kind of like up against the the cloak. I'm actually gonna really warm that up and kind of give a bit of like a bounce light in there. We're getting kind of wild with the colors. Might be going a little too far with it, but better to like push things too far and then pull them back than to not go far enough. So I think that that needs to be a bit brighter. And instead of like going really kind of orange, we'll just go towards the gray. And that'll be how we kind of get that bounce light off of that surface, because it's quite bright, the fur there. But over here on the shadow side, we can kind of play a little more with getting this kind of like orange, warmer. I mean, honestly, it's actually like still a very blue color. Like, see, we're actually in blue, but it looks kind of brownish. Okay. We'll desaturate that a bit. Help kind of pop those teeth forward a bit. Okay, this doesn't quite need to be so dark here. And with the fur, I think it'll be quite useful if I right at like the edge of the shadow, we actually get a little bit of warmth. Actually, let's try a color layer. See if that does it. So kind of just where it's falling into shadow is where I want that to just give a little punch of color. And maybe I just need it to be a screen or lighten, maybe overlay. Overlay seems like it might be the right one. Not quite the right color though. If I edit tonal correction hue, yeah, I just want it to be a little more kind of like straw color, I guess. Oh, could have grabbed that color. Maybe overlay isn't doing it. Soft light. Soft light was okay. It's not totally it, but definitely not that. Screen actually is kind of close. So if I do screen and I like really kind of punch it up, it kind of only hits it where the shadow is, and that's actually the effect that I want. Like it's kind of scattering inside of the shadows, right? But like where the light is on it, that's just overloaded and gone to like white. So that is the closest now. And it definitely like gives it a little bit of warmth. Which is interesting because, you know, I'm like trying to convey this cold, frozen kind of fur. Because I actually intend to like put icicles on it, right? Was it screen or lighten? Screen. Let me try it with overlay. It's not quite hitting the same on this side. Yeah, we'll use the same one. I think it's just the shadow color that it's on top of is slightly different, so I might need to darken it. Alright. Also, depending on the light angle, like if we have this kind of like backlight, I might need to adjust this cast shadow a bit more. But I kind of like having it a little more 3/4. We're getting nice dimension on the face, and we can still hit like a really nice, strong backlight on top of this. And that could look really nice. So just real quick, before I wrap up the stream, thinking we might want to give just a little bit of a kind of gradient glow from below to kind of like have a bit more warmth in it, but I don't know. I think I like what that can potentially give to it, having this kind of like orange, the purple and blues. And I'm almost wondering if we need like a little minty kind of pop somewhere. Like maybe this is actually kind of more of a mint green, just based off of the color structure, having just a little bit of that could add some nice pizzazz. Although green doesn't necessarily work so good with this character. Just a hint of it might be enough to kind of balance the colors. Pardon me. Ooh, I had a little sneeze. All right. Well, I'm thinking okay. I think the staff, I want to have that top be like a lot darker. So let's do a luminosity layer. Grab like a really dark and just with the way ice plays with light, it's nice to have some really deep shadows. It'll make the highlight on it just pop so nice when you do that. Do that above. Okay, and then can have a nice highlight. But this is probably something I'll tackle when I have a little more fuel in the tank, just to kind of like try and figure out the angles of reflection, and like the intensity and stuff to just kind of really make that look glossy and shiny. And also, I think I'll also want it to feel frosted in parts too. So where that would, what that would do is kind of create this, let's see, maybe I'll just try it. Like it would have less of this kind of deep glossy texture, and it'd be more hazy. Texture bristle. Yeah, like that. And overall, I think I need to also hit the atmosphere of the piece. I think that'll be a big factor in kind of like how this looks in the end. So yeah, with this hazy kind of frosted area, we're gonna get more kind of matte finish on it. It'll become less transparent and more surface lighting, instead of like a deep kind of glossy, glassy texture. That'd be cool to do with the wings too. Have like the wings be this kind of clear sheet of glass, of ice, and then like near the edges have the frosted kind of just extending out. I think that could look really lovely if I do it right. What is that? Get more kind of punchy color in here. Yeah, and then we get basically our kind of frosted texture happening here. Something like that. It takes a bit of work to get there, but it'll get there. Honestly, like ice and gems and stuff like that is like some of the most fun texture to render. So I'm excited to spend a bit more time with this, but I definitely want to do it when I'm kind of like able to do it more effectively. Yeah. Yeah, the staff doesn't look right yet. It's kind of missing some of the right kind of colors, I think. Also, these kind of like deep internal reflections should have like a lot of saturation to them. It's the surface reflection that's going to have like the low saturation, the kind of like bright white highlight just reflecting off of the surface itself. Whereas the when you're seeing into the ice, I want it to be like really rich colors, because any of the light that's coming out has passed through a certain amount of this kind of material, and the light has kind of been affected by where it's been absorbed and all that goodness. So nice and saturated. And then you got your bright highlights on top of that. But again, that's kind of like, okay, where I want it to be glossy and have that kind of surface. So I definitely want to get a little bit more frosted look to some of this. Need to figure out some angles and stuff, but yeah, something like that. I think I'll even get like a really bright. Basically what this is like on the inside of this material, we have the same idea as like the specular reflection that's on the front of it. We get like a specular reflection on the far inside wall of this, kind of bouncing back. So it's going to be this kind of like really rich icy blue. All right, cool. Well, my wrist is starting to feel it now. I don't want to push it any further, I think. I'll give it a save. We'll take a look at the time lapse, and it's 4 o'clock. We've had a decent stream. All right, so let's do this. Pop that over there, and yeah, we'll wrap up. Yeah, so this is the first mouse for a brand new permanent location, permanent content. It's a very draconic theme, very exciting stuff. I think we're going to have a lot of fun as the art team creating really cool characters. There's going to be a lot more you'll get to see. For the streams I'll be doing in the future, it'll be more characters, which is a lot of fun. I'll try and do a stream where we're actually like drawing, like sketching a character up from scratch. So we get to do a little more kind of workshopping together where you help kind of give ideas and I work off of those. When it's kind of like already sketched up and I'm just rendering, it's a little less kind of back and forth. So, but I really liked where this one was going, and I just wanted to share the rendering process on a character that I felt had some nice kind of bones to it. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed. Frost feathers. Ooh, that sounds neat. Yeah. So next week it will be Dave, and I will be in England, so won't be able to do much streaming from there. But if you're going to be at the birthday event, the gathering, I'm excited to see you there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you, Michael. Yeah. Thanks for all your input as well. Lots of great just kind of comments and ideas and pointing out stuff. I always very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah. I will have a lot of fun. I always do. It's such a fun time. Love hanging out with hunters. And, man, 16 years is just, like, mind-boggling. Yeah. Yeah, you can proudly say that you helped shape this mouse for sure. But yeah. Definitely still have some things that I'm going to go and tweak with this, but I'm definitely happy with where I got to with this today. And I'm excited to see this with fresh eyes and really kind of like tackle it and finish it off with all the kind of like finesse that I really want this to capture. And you'll get to see that when it comes out. You know, like one of the fun things about how Feedback Fridays kind of like come along is, you know, depending on where I am on the illustration, you get a different thing from it. So I don't necessarily often do the full finish on a piece. I get like 95%, 98% complete on something, and then like I kind of like look it over and tweak just barely even perceptible tweaks. But also some of them it's just like I get the sketch done and a rough like linear pass where it's not actually rendering. It's just kind of like we worked out the character design and then I'll go off and I'll render that. But ultimately, either way, you kind of like don't get to see the absolute final version of it until it's released. So it's a little spoilery, but also you don't get like the full, like reveal until you're the one that earns that. So, but at the same time, I really don't mind kind of being like, this is exactly what it is in the game. I like when I can get to that point on stream, especially if the audience is involved in kind of creating that to that state. Uh, yeah. So again, like I'm seeing some things where it's like I'm gonna tweak that, I'm gonna push that, I'm gonna pull that. The lighting, I'm not totally happy with all of it. There's obviously a lot of like texture to do on the shield, the wings as well, the hands. Those all need to be resolved. Um, but yeah, I don't think it's too far from that. Monday I'll be able to wrap this up. But yeah. All right. Well, I think that that's about that, and a good time for me to wrap up. So thank you again for hanging out. Always appreciate it. I'll see you in 2 weeks likely. And yeah, happy birthday, MouseHunt. All right. Well, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I shall see you next time. Happy hunting and catch you later. All right. Bye for now.